Madam Chair, ready when you are.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Napa County Board of Supervisors meeting of July 22nd, 2025. I am calling this meeting to order, and may I have roll call, please?
Vice Chair Manfrey. Here. Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Alessia.
Present.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Here.
Chair Cottrell.
Here. And can I ask Dan Evans to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item, I'm going to introduce our pet of the week. We have Belle. She wants to be behind the dais there, I guess, so. Okay, good morning, Luis, and what can you tell us about this beautiful dog?
Hi, everybody. This is Belle. Belle is I would probably say the age is going to vary a little bit because of how young she is, but she's probably going to be about 6 months being the youngest and the oldest being about less than a year old. Belle has been at the shelter for a few months now. We're all very, very surprised as to why she hasn't been adopted. As you can tell, she's on the smaller side of a husky. She's all white, so I do feel sorry for everybody that she went up to today and said hi and you were wearing either blue or black. Definitely, if that's your attire, just invest in some lint rollers. Otherwise, she's a very, very sweet dog, very gentle, very loving, does excellent in playgroup with other dogs. She is not a very good passenger princess, so I would definitely recommend putting her in the back seat because otherwise she thinks riding in your lap while you drive is a good idea, which is why I'm covered in fur. But yeah, Belle is an excellent dog. We're still very curious as to why she's such a young puppy, such a good nature for a dog, and we're just wondering why she's not adopted yet. Is it okay if I talk about the adoption event we're doing for the cats?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So last year we did an adoption event at the library. It was very, very successful. It was my first adoption event, in fact. We did almost 30 cat adoptions while we were there, and we're going to be doing it again this year. This Saturday from, I believe, 1 to 5. I'll have to double check my facts. We will be doing another adoption event with cats there. It'll be kittens, some adult cats that we have. But if you guys want to stop there and see if you want to adopt a kitty, the adoption fees are waived. The adoption fees typically will cover the spay and neuter surgery, microchip, current vaccines for the pet, flea and tick medication, and if they're old enough, we do FIV, FELV testing. But otherwise, they'll be ready to go home with somebody that weekend. And if not, as soon as they're fixed, they'll be ready to go home with you guys. What are you doing up here?
All right, well, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing Belle in, and maybe she hasn't been adopted yet because someone out there in the audience is going to pick her up today. So thank you again for the reminder about the event this weekend, the cat adoption event, and also a reminder that adoption fees will be waived for Belle for this week, so please come visit and check her out. Thank you so much.
She could spend the day in my office. She's not going anywhere.
She could park right there.
Yep.
All right, so thank you so much, Luis. Our next agenda item is approval of proclamations and commendations. We have no proclamations or commendations this morning, but before we continue with our regular business, I had a couple of announcements. And first, I see Mr. Doug Durward in the audience today, and I understand you have some good news to share. So I'm wondering if you could come to the microphone and share that for us. Doug is the Director of Child Support Services, and he and his department were recently recognized by the state.
Thank you. I indeed was very excited a couple weeks ago to go to the statewide directors meeting. Thank you. The statewide directors meeting in Sacramento, where the state unexpectedly called us forward and gave us a commendation for earning The number one achievement in the state for, I'm sorry, the number two achievement in the state for order establishment, the second highest percentage in the federal performance measure 3, which is current support collections, and number one, the highest percentage in the state in our arrears collections. So we're excited to keep doing the good work we have been doing for Napa County at the Child Support Agency. We'd also like to highlight that on August 9th, we're going to have a fabulous back-to-school event that we're co-branding with the Napa County Police and the library, right next door at the Sullivan Lot. It looks like it's going to be a great event, so come join us the morning of the 9th of August, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Doug. On behalf of the board, want to say thank you and your department for all the work that you do for Napa County's kids and families.
Of course, thank you.
All right. And then second, one other item that our county council has reminded me, we as a board have adopted Robert's Rules of Orders. We did that last year, and those rules aim to facilitate effective meeting management. As your chair, I will continue to work on following those rules so we have some structure to our discussion. And just a reminder, the way that those work, the general order will be a staff presentation, public comment, any questions from board members, and then we will move right into requesting a motion, and then we will move to deliberation. So the motion gets out there, and then we have the discussion. So just wanted to remind us all of that. And with that, I will move us on to agenda item number 5. That is our consent calendar. We have items 5A through 5AR. Item 5W is being removed from the agenda, and I have a board request to pull item 5K. Are there any other items that people want to pull? Okay, then I will ask if there are any public comments on this, on any of the items 5A through 5R. Okay, any comments on the phone? All right, then I will go ahead and ask for a motion and a second to vote on consent calendar 5A through 5R, excluding 5W and 5K.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, thank you. That's a motion by Supervisor Manfree and a second by Supervisor Ramos. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, now we will go ahead and we will take up item 5K under agenda item number 8, and we will now move to public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to speak on an item that is not on our agenda today? All right, please feel free to come to the podium if you could state your name. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm Darrell Harris. I live at 50 Ridgecrest Drive in Circle Oaks. Last winter, we had some bad storms, atmospheric rivers they were called, and we had a big landslide right next to my property. The road was damaged, and we had extensive damage not only on our property, but on the two adjoining properties slightly downhill from us and the common area in between. We have had soils reports done, and our geotechnical engineer has recommended that a drain pipe leading from the road be taken off so it doesn't dump more water on the hill. The reason for the landslide is that the ground got oversaturated with too much water. Most of that water comes from the county road, and that drains an area approximately a quarter of a mile up our road and a quarter mile another one. So about, 1/4 of a section, or 160 acres altogether. There is a slight amount that was added from our roof drains, but that would be a quarter of an acre. And then there's a common area in between. So we would like the county road department, Public Works, to move that pipe and drain it somewhere else. We could just extend the pipe further down the hill, but there's nowhere for it to go. Plus, my driveway has been damaged. We will need to add a big retaining wall along that, and that would then put pressure on the pipe, and so it really wouldn't work. Now, the solution that the county's come up with for the road repair is to drill deep holes into the ground, fill them with, put a steel beam in there, and fill it with concrete. We don't think that's a good idea, or I don't anyway, because they have just put concrete planks side by side all the way up, which will allow water to seep through and add to the problem. So we would like that corrected as well.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Harris. We do have our Public Works Director in the audience. I'm just hoping that you guys could connect and exchange information if you haven't already. So.
We met last Friday.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Good morning, Ms. Novi.
Good morning, Supervisors. Michelle Novi with the Napa Valley Vintners. I wanted to let you know that the NVV's updated economic impact report for the Napa County wine industry is now available. This report quantifies the direct economic impacts of the industry from grape growing and winemaking, and all of the secondary and even tertiary businesses that support those endeavors, from manufacturing and warehousing to attorneys and accountants. The report also quantifies the indirect economic impact of the industry. So what that means is the wages of all of the people employed at those primary, secondary, and tertiary businesses, how those wages are then spent on goods and services at a myriad of local businesses, and then the jobs that those businesses are then able to provide. So essentially, an economic impact report asks and answers the question, what would we lose if a specific industry in a specific place didn't exist? So what we know is that the Napa County wine industry contributes $11.7 billion to our local economy. We know that it contributes more than $507 million in local tax revenues. We know that the industry contributes $63 million annually to local philanthropic efforts. And we know that while 1 out of every 4 jobs is directly in a vineyard or winery, that the industry is responsible for nearly 3 out of every 4 jobs that are direct and indirectly supported by the industry. Our hope is that this report can be useful to you in your conversations with other policymakers and lawmakers as you talk about the importance of agriculture here in Napa County. The report is available on our website, and if you have any questions about the figures or the analysis done, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Novi. Good morning, Ms. Koresh.
Good morning, Napa County Board of Supervisors. My name is Liliana Koresh. I'm a recent graduate of Napa High School, and I'm now an incoming freshman at Stanford as a public policy major. For the past 3 years, I've had the privilege of leading an incredible student climate group called Napa Schools for Climate Action. As you may know, our motto is no school should be a silent witness to climate injustice, and we especially apply these words to our longest running project called Fossil Free Future, that focuses on obtaining the net zero greenhouse gas emissions goal by before the year 2030 through the implementation of bans on the establishing of new gas stations and the expansion of existing infrastructure. Today, I'm here with one ask for you all to demonstrate urgent climate leadership and protect our future. Since 2021, our student leaders have worked hard on completing numerous public comments, meeting with you all to discuss this policy initiative, and hosting weekly meetings and workshops to engage our community in our fossil-free Fuel Initiative. We hope that you all can mirror our passion and dedication by implementing a county-wide prohibition on new and expanding gas stations, logically following every single town and city within Napa County, which either has an official ordinance in place, a moratorium, or set language to do so. This alone is an impressive achievement. However, by establishing a county-wide ban, you're also able to include the unincorporated areas of Napa County that are not included within cities and towns. And also, you're able to become a model of climate leadership that other local governments throughout California can follow and be inspired by. It is evident that permitting the building of new gas station infrastructure will send us backward in terms of progress surrounding sustainability. Every permit for building equates to an allowance of a future toxic waste cleanup site to be created. Not only has the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, and also NASA have both confirmed 2024 to be the hottest year on record, but also, according to the American Lung Association, California continues to have some of the worst air quality in the country. 9 in 10 Californians live with polluted air. The transportation sector in California is responsible for nearly 80% of nitrogen oxide emissions and 90% of particulate matter pollution. That being said, we're now halfway through 2025, and we're counting down the years to ensure that we reach net zero by or before the year 2030. That will unleash natural disasters and tipping points beyond our control. I hope that you all can hear and recognize the voices of youth which are calling out to you to exercise your power to make positive change within our community and stop permitting these new gas stations and the expansion of existing ones to protect Napa County from being engulfed in the flames of climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Koresh. Good morning.
Madam Chair, before Mr. Falcon here speaks, he mentioned to me that he's going to be referencing a consent item, and this is a question for County Council too. I'm not sure if we need to go back to that. It would be item AK. So he'll be referencing that during his public comment. I would just want to make sure you would allow that, or County Council can advise.
Ms. Bratton, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. So during public comment, he can comment on the item, and then it'll be at the pleasure of the board if you want to reopen that consent item for any reason. Otherwise, you can take his comment.
Thank you. Good morning, and go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Thomas Falcon. I'm the homeowner at 307 Circle Oaks Drive. I'm here today because our home, I'm directly below Darrell that spoke earlier about the floodwater. And the homes of our neighbors remain in danger from an active landslide. It was triggered by uncontrolled county stormwater runoff during the storms. This is not speculation. I have 2 independent geotechnical reports that concluded that the county's own drainage system, damaged and unmaintained, caused this slide by allowing stormwater to saturate the hillside unchecked. Now the county is proposing to move forward with a $400,000 road repair project without addressing the stormwater system that caused the slide in the first place. If you approve this contract today without demanding stormwater mitigation, you'll be building a new wall on the same unstable foundation. That wall is likely to fail again. It may not be a year, 2 years, but it will fail again, putting homes' lives, county funds at future risk. Public Works Department has avoided any serious engagement on this issue, meaningful engagement. We believe they're afraid that acknowledging the drainage problem would mean accepting responsibility. But ignoring the problem to avoid liability is not governance, it's abdication. And it violates several state and federal stormwater laws by discharging runoff onto private property without regulation, containment, or law conveyance. We understand urgency, but urgency cannot come at the expense of common sense or public safety. We are not here to obstruct the road repairs. We're asking you as our elected representatives, not as agents of county bureaucracy, to force Public Works to meet with us, review the drainage findings, and commit to a mitigation plan before this contract is approved. There are 3 families involved here. These homes are more than structures. They represent the bulk of our life savings and the stability of our future. We are not asking for special treatment. We're asking that life and property be prioritized over bureaucratic expediency. Please don't let this slide be swept under the rug and concrete, we're asking you to delay the vote, even if it's for till the next meeting. Delay the vote. Ask Public Works to meet with us, if necessary, legal, meet with us, meet with the consultants, and discuss a solution, not you guys are on your own. We didn't create the problem. We're trying to navigate this river of bureaucracy. So we just asking you to postpone this for a week or two, and then ask them to meet with us, sit down with us. That has not happened. It's all that's happened is attempt to avoid the blame instead of just working on the problem. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Falcon. At this point, I think what I will do is ask our Public Works Director to come up to the podium and comment and offer his perspective and potential advice to the board.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell, members of the board, Steve Lederer, Public Works. Yes, a couple different angles on this. One is, yes, there was a slide during the storms in February, and there was significant damage to the road, to Ridgecrest Road. So the repair to the road is a retaining wall. It'll be, I think, the 41st of this type of retaining walls we've done since 2017. The design is very standard, tried and true, and I don't think it's in anyone's interest to delay the installation of the retaining wall and that repair. We're already pushing. I know, well, it's a little cloudy out there. It's going to rain again soon, and it's really important that we get that wall done and the road restored beforehand. The rest of the issue is a significant issue. We did have a meeting out on site last Friday with Mr. Falcon and Mr. Harris and Mr. Bricks, who is the other property owner out there, and Nancy Heliotis from the HOA, which is the other party that's involved, and we are going to continue to do that. I am meeting with council today to discuss. There is a significant question in terms of what we can do on private property, what becomes a gift of public funds, and responsibilities that do need to be sorted out. There are pieces of the project, for instance, if we decide we want to do additional things, those can be added to the project as a change order, and we're going to have to sort out whether we want to do that or not. But in the meantime, I do recommend that we move forward with the contract to at least start the wall, because otherwise we do run the risk of running into the rainy season without completing it.
So just to follow up, and I'm happy to take any questions from my colleagues on this as well. Are we proceeding in the manner you'd like us to proceed? Would you like me to go ahead and go back to that item and open it up?
So the board already voted on the item, and unless a board member makes a motion to reconsider it, the matter's been voted on. So if you need more questions answered to determine if a member wants to ask to reconsider the vote, or if you want to just see if anybody wants to reconsider it, otherwise you can accept the comment and move forward.
I just a clarifying question. What I heard from Mr. Falcone is that he and the neighbors have not had a chance to meet with you directly.
That is not true.
Okay.
We met on Friday.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to. I don't think they like the answer that I've given them, and we. They made some suggestions that we're going to look at. Like I said, I do have a meeting with County Council to discuss some of that today. The issue's not closed, but we have met, and we'll likely meet again.
Okay. Supervisor Manfree.
Sure. So, yeah, to my knowledge, there's been at least 3 scheduled and 1 impromptu meeting about this over the last few months. Mm-hmm. And I've participated. Abigail Flores has participated on my behalf. Obviously, something needs to be done to shore this up. I believe that work is moving forward in a reasonable way. To my knowledge, the entirety of Circle Oaks is classified as a landslide zone, so this is a situation where every homeowner in that community should be aware and concerned about the stability of their slopes and and that goes to just the day-to-day management of landscapes and water and all that. So unfortunately, an issue that this is the best we can do right now, I think, and I do believe we're proceeding in a forthright and diligent way to do something good now.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfrey, and appreciate that this is your district, so thanks for offering that. Supervisor Alessio.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Manfrey. That was very helpful for me. Mr. Letter, just for clarification, if I'm hearing this correctly, I understand, and we traveled and we toured that area with you, Supervisor Manfrey and I did during our kind of onboarding early on, and I see the issues that were just presented by Supervisor Manfrey in terms of the slides and looking at the instability of that area. Do you believe that, one, I do believe that we need to do something as soon as possible, which is why I approved that consent item. That said, do you believe that what we're providing is a long-term solution, or do you believe, based on the engineering and the studies, that we'll need to have a more long-term vision for that area?
As Supervisor Manfrey mentioned, the entire community sits on top of a larger landslide, and there have been several smaller slides within the community over the years, and that will probably continue that's just geology. That's not going to change. In this very localized area, this wall will definitely solve the issue for the road. It will not solve the issue of the slide that is downhill from the road, and that's part of the discussion that needs to continue to happen in terms of what the county does and what the landowners, what the private property owners do on their own property. There are multiple sources of drainage to this area. Certainly, going back in history, this was pretty much the natural drainage before the community was built. The county infrastructure, in terms of moving the water from one side of the road to the other, was installed, I guess, in the 60s, maybe a little later. The house then at 50 Ridgecrest was then built in 1989, and they accepted that property owner. It's not the current property owner, but that property owner, as part of their encroachment permit and building permit, accepted the responsibility to move that water through their property. There's surface water, there's groundwater, there's runoff off of people's houses. So there are multiple factors that are probably going to go into solving that. One thing that the neighbors have referred to, and it's not impossible, although it's a question of whether it's the best idea, is could we take the drainage that currently crosses the road, essentially the drainage that's been in place for decades, and move it to another place down the road. And the two factors are involved in that. One is money, which is solvable, but one is money. The other is, if you move the drainage to another place, are you just moving the problem? Are you actually creating a new problem? So there are a lot of things that need to be thought about.
Mr. Lederer, Supervisor Ramos, do you have a...
Thank you, Chair. As a point of order, I feel like I'm receiving a lot more and additional information than what was before me when I voted on item 5AK. And I think it is meaningful, and I don't know if it would change my mind, but I am not at liberty to make that determination right now. So I would like to make a motion for reconsideration to bring this item back under agenda item 8, so to reconsider the vote on 5AK so that we can have a holistic discussion under item 8.
I second that.
Okay, we will go ahead and do that. So we will move this item, so we'll continue this conversation under I think we have a motion and a second, so we will go ahead and take a board vote. All those in favor of pulling the item and reconsidering it under agenda item 8?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to item 7, which is board reports.
Madam Chair,
There's also
Oh,
someone on
yes,
public
and you are
comment
going
line.
to provide some feedback under this item as well. Good morning, Mr. Tudor.
yes, this is under public comment. Thank you very much. I wanted to let you know that we closed the assessment roll on time for the 5th or 6th year in a row. We had a 4.11% increase, which was a little higher than I predicted. And next year I'm going to predict 0, so I'll come in even higher. A $2.7 billion increase in this economic environment, which is probably going to get worse as we go forward. I don't mean just locally, but nationally. So a couple of items I just wanted to cover for you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. One, we applied a new technology to our evaluation of manufactured homes, and all of you have manufactured homes in your district. The consequences are primarily lowering values, but I do want you to be aware that if you get any calls from manufactured homeowners over the time when they get their tax bills in October and November, please refer them to me. We're analyzing exactly what the technology did, and we'll be able to respond to each individual homeowner. The other thing I wanted to mention is that all of the cities and towns had an increase except for the town of Yountville, and that's the other part of this puzzle. The headwinds we're facing in the Napa Valley, both in tourism and its relation to wine, the wine industry, and you heard from Ms. Novi that it's a huge impact on this county, and we're seeing that challenges that both industries are facing. So we've made some substantial reductions in the value of hotels and restaurants and other commercial properties related to hospitality. Those are primarily ones that were recently purchased. Those with older Proposition 13 base year values were not impacted. But one of the major acquisitions recently was in the town of Yountville, where most of downtown was purchased by one individual, and that took a large reduction this year. So Yountville would have grown by about 3%, but instead, by $40 million, they have the smallest assessed value of any of the cities and towns. Instead, they went down by 3% because we reduced almost $80 million of value of those major hospitalities. So just an alert to you that you may see me back again, either before next August and July when we close the 25-26 assessment or the 26-27 assessment roll, but I will keep you posted on what we see out there in the economy as it impacts our specific local economy. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. This one also, it's public comment. I feel like this should be an agendized item. I do have very specific questions in regards to the valuation and changes. That's certainly understanding prior base year values and those changes that have happened. But you make reference to trends that are happening, and I would certainly like to be able to drill down into the differences between recent sales and then other changes in valuation that have been made by your office, but I don't feel comfortable doing it within public comment and a non-agendized item, so I would actually ask that this come back as an agendized item for us.
I second that request.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Anytime.
Thank
Just
you,
let me
Mr.
know.
Tudor.
I
Sounds
won't
great.
be here the first week in August. I'm at a conference, but otherwise I'm here.
All right, thanks. So with that,
Madam Chair,
Yes,
sorry,
we've
there's
got-
a caller.
Perfect, let's take it.
Wendell, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, you're on public comment. Can you mute your background noise? And you can go ahead.
Good
Yeah.
morning, Mr. Coleman.
I can.
Okay, ready when you are.
Okay. So good morning, supervisor members. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank Supervisor Ramos for putting forth the motion to stall the vote on Measure K and revisit it based on logic and science. I'd like to share something that has happened to me recently. Yesterday, I was pulling up to my job site at 810 Brown Street in Napa, where I'm a consultant on a property that is being threatened by receivership from the city of Napa. And as I was driving past to park, I noticed that there was a purse sitting on a bench in front of Le Paris. When I got out of the car, I was going over to Le Paris to get some coffee, and I just thought it was so wonderful that members of the community feel safe and protected by leaving their items outside, and they don't have to worry about theft. It really had me thinking about how I am a victim of theft and how I am lacking any type of relief. I've reached out personally to County Counsel Cheryl Bratton for assistance on this matter, only to receive a letter based on assumptions, not fact, of my interpretation of being stolen from. I am a victim of theft. I've reported this to the Napa Sheriff's Department. I've reached out to the Board of Supervisors for assistance and direction to command the Sheriff's Department to perform their basic function. I've also went to the Napa Court, which is saturated with, which I recommend an immediate investigation or request an immediate investigation into members of our judicial body, as there is a long history of discriminatory practices and unlawful orders being perpetrated against members of the community. So as I put forth the writ of mandamus, it was immediately rejected by Judge Scott Young, who made similar assumptions as did County Counsel Cheryl Bratton, not based on the plethora of evidence that I had submitted. I would like the board to know that I was at the premises yesterday where my items remain today. I took a video of my items that have been stolen and that are sitting at this location, and I'm simply asking for help. I want to be treated the same way the lovely young lady was treated yesterday, by feeling safe enough to leave my personal property in a location where it won't be stolen. And in the event that I need help, law enforcement will not continue to ignore my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Do you have anyone else on the phone? Okay, and no one else in the room? All right, thank you for the public comment. At this time, I am going to have us move to item 9, and then we will return to item 8 and discuss 5K and 5AK. But at this point, we will move to item 9A, which is to adopt a resolution recognizing and reaffirming the importance of the constitutional right to freedom of the press and the vital role of independent journalism in promoting democracy, human rights, and good governance. And I just want to call out several of the journalists who are here this morning, and thank you for being here. So with that, I understand we have a staff report on this item. Good morning, Mr. Mize.
Good morning. This item is here on referral from Supervisor Gallagher at your board's June 18th, 2025 regular meeting. The basis for the resolution is the bedrock principle enshrined by the Founding Fathers in the First Amendment to a free and independent press. And the purpose of this item is ensuring that that commitment persists at all levels of government, federal, state, and local. We're here at the local level, so this is about local freedom of the press. And if it's okay, I'd like to go ahead and enter the text of the resolution and
That'd be great.
into the record.
Thank you.
Perfect. Whereas freedom of the press is foundational to American democracy and has been enshrined in the First Amendment to the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 2 of the California Constitution. Whereas Thomas Jefferson, a steady champion for the vitality of a free press and for the discharge of the solemn duty of the press to accuracy in reporting for a thriving democratic society, wrote that our liberty depends on the freedom of the press and that cannot be limited without being lost. And in his second inaugural address, given to a cautious and hopeful people of a country at its dawn, said that when truth and reason have maintained their ground against false opinions in league with false facts, the press, confined to truth, needs no other legal restraint. Whereas a free and independent press promotes democratic governance by enhancing public accountability, transparency, and participation in civil society. Whereas harassment, threats, and violence against members of the free and independent press persist throughout the history of modern civilization, a problem for which there is no easy remedy. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Napa County Board of Supervisors on this, the 22nd day of July, 2025, that the board, 1, finds that a free press is a central component of free societies and democratic governance, contributes to an informed civil society and government accountability, helps to expose corruption, enhances public accountability and transparency of government at all levels, and disseminates information that is essential to improving public health and safety. 2, recognizes and commends journalism's role in providing trusted, accurate, and timely information and in holding governments and leaders accountable to citizens. 3, condemns all actions around the world that suppress press freedom and endanger the safety of journalists. And 4, reaffirms the centrality of press freedom to promote good governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. So at this point, I will ask if there's any public comment in the room on this item. Okay. Mr. Evans, please come up to the podium.
Good morning, Supervisors. Dan Evans, editor and publisher of the Register. I just wanted to briefly thank you for bringing this to the board and for all the work that you do. It is not easy doing what you do, and it's not easy being a journalist. Never has been, I suppose. But this is particularly timely, we felt, simply not because of anything happening in Napa, but because of things happening throughout the country and throughout the world. In particular, there were several journalists who had officers out in Los Angeles who were directly fired upon by less than lethal rounds. And this was brought to the attention of our editorial board, who felt it was very timely for us to ask our local governments to affirm the importance of a free and open press. And I thank you for taking us up on that and going even further. And this is a great resolution, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments this morning? Anyone on the phone?
Yes, we have one caller. It's Wendell Coleman. Wendell,
Yes,
when you're ready, you can go ahead.
thank you. I haven't had the opportunity to look too deeply into this resolution, and I'm over here tickled pink right now. I feel like a Care Bear with all the colors glowing. I am very much appreciative of Napa County leadership opening up an avenue for transparency. Based on what I've seen in the past, there has been a severe lack of transparency by decision-making and positions of leadership. What I've learned for this round of leadership is I have a heavy appreciation for Supervisor Alessio as she puts on Facebook her positions and updates. And I think that's just very wonderful, and I applaud that. In regards to the freedom of the First Amendment and the responsibility given to we the people by the First Amendment to provide information and updates on activities within local government and abroad, I would like to reach out right now officially to the Napa Register and encourage them to pick up the phone and run the articles and deal with the feedback and make it more transparent when people are providing detailed information about ongoing litigation. For example, the RICO case that has been filed by John Anaya against Napa County. There's a tremendous amount of cleanup that can be done through exposing, not through exposing, but through basically sharing the truth and providing what the founding fathers have done so, the First Amendment, to allow each and every individual within the community to know exactly what's going on so that we can hold leadership and members of the community accountable, and we can also praise them when that praise is earned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Anyone else on the line? Okay, then I will close public comment and I will bring it back to the board. And first up, we have Supervisor Gallagher. Before she begins, I want to just thank her for bringing this item to the board in the first place. So thank you.
Great, thank you. And I just want to thank staff and especially Mr. Mize for putting the resolution together. And I think it is actually very, very timely, especially with only this week, the federal government, the attack on public journalists and journalism in general, very, very concerning. And so we're very happy to support our local media and our local journalists. And I am going to ask if we can indulge and do a photo with the journalists who are here. I know we've got Dan, Barry, Howard, Edward, Keith, Jennifer, and I'm forgetting your name. Sammy.
And Sammy.
And Sammy. And anyone else who's here that I'm sorry, who's part of the media crowd that I didn't name. If we can do a photo with the resolution, that would be great.
So, but we will first, let's practice these Robert Rules of Order. And so is there a motion?
We need to move.
Yes.
Oh, I would
you like to make
the motion to
I'll
approve the
second.
resolution.
Okay. There's a motion and a second, and now I will open it up to further board comments. Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to take a quick moment to recognize the incredible importance of the work of the press. It's often our best and sometimes our only source for current events information. You know, there's other places where you can get information, but there's no other route to get the kind of information that comes from having a free and open press. And it also creates a historical record, and often it's the only historical record we have for community events at the local level. Local press is incredibly important for creating a history of place and people. And the last thing is that I also want to acknowledge the incredible respect I have for the amount of skill that goes into providing crisp, clear, and informative reporting. It's not easy to write like that. And it takes a lot of work. It takes a good editor. It takes people practicing every day for years to get that skilled. And I know it because I've tried and it's hard. So good work.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. Supervisor Ramos.
Oh, no, I didn't have my light on.
Okay. All right. With that, well, I just wanted to say thank you as well. And I also wanted to give a particular appreciation for the words in that resolution talking about accountability and transparency, because that helps government do its job better when the press is active and engaged. So thank you for that. And a thank you to Ed and Barry, because you guys sit through many, many of our meetings. And, you know, if today is one example, we went through climate change, Bell the Husky, floods, economic fluctuations, and Thomas Jefferson to get to this point. So with that, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of adopting this resolution? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now we will do a photo. Again, thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. I think it's great to be able to do that. So with that, we are back to item 8, a discussion of 2 items pulled from our consent calendar. Let's begin with item 5AK and pick up that discussion. So what we will do here is we will ask staff to come up to the table, and then we can open it up for supervisors to discuss it. We've already done public comment on this item, so I will just roll into the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Lederer. And Supervisor Ramos, did you want to continue a question or learn more here?
No, I honestly, it seemed for purposes of clarity, because we were receiving information that seemed beyond what was in the staff report in terms of scope and alternatives and next steps. I just, even for our minutes, it needs to be in one item. It can't be within public comment. So
yeah, thank you.
It sounds like there's a lot of there's potential risk involved here. So I think it really does need to all be in one place so that we can make a collective decision with all of the information that wasn't previously in the staff report.
All right, so I think where we are with the item is we had questions about contact with the neighbors, and it sounds like there has been some. And it also, the other thing I heard from you was that there may be potential change orders down the pike that could happen to, in other words, that the contract isn't set in stone. Things could be adjusted as needed.
That's correct. And actually, at the meeting we had with the neighbors on Friday, they made some, I thought, very useful suggestions about potentially changing the slope of the road, which is, I think, something that we can do within the contract, and doing some additional maintenance on the ditch on the uphill side, which is something we can do within the contract. I also want to look at some additional potential drainage improvements that we might be able to make, but I do need to discuss those with council. That would likely be a change order, although we have contingency built into the project. So at that scale, that's not the kind of thing that we would need to come back to you for money, but something we can work on within the contract. I will say, if we were going to, say, do a wholesale change of the drainage system up there, where we're adding pipes, moving the drainage to a different place, that sort of thing, that would be certainly something that would have to come back to the board. But if we did it, it would.
Got it. And then I guess the one comment I have, and then Supervisor Ramos, you've got a question, and then we'll go to, do you have a question also, Supervisor Manfred? Great. I'm encouraged by the conversations you have had, and as with all these projects that occur in, areas where we have residences too, and as you pointed out, this is something that homeowners will also need to manage their own properties too. It is so important to have ongoing communication. So I will just encourage Public Works to continue to have those meetings with residents. So with that, I will turn it to Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much. I think it's interesting, the information you've given us in regards to possible amendments to the drainage system. Certainly understanding that this needs to be handled before the next winter season, and we always get into a super crunch, and seeing that the construction timeframe here is September through November, of course, weather permitting. I'm curious in terms of timing. When will the determination be made for whether a change is needed to the drainage system?
Well, that's something. It's something that previously has not been recommended by our experts. They do worry that changing an established drainage pattern can be very complicated. So it's not something that I'm ruling out here, but it's something, if we were to do that, that would be something that would require some additional drainage studies and would likely not happen immediately. I mean, we'd have to do those studies, and we'd have to do a design, and we'd have to, might need to get permits or not. I'm not sure. It depends on the scope. But we need to be really, really careful that we're not just moving the problem 2 houses down.
Sure. I think that, we have definitely a lot of scenarios, especially in traffic, Highway 37 or even Redwood Road, where we solve one problem and we just move it down the way. I can certainly appreciate that. I think helpful for today's item would be, has a determination been made that we can confidently move forward, that any type of amendment to the drainage system later on wouldn't nullify this expenditure, as we're, if you said we believe that change orders will be coming that may in fact exceed this contingency scope, we're looking upwards of $1 million, of $1 million over. That's a lot of money. Are any of the projected changes going to nullify parts of this project?
None in the least. This wall and the repair of the roadway and whatnot is needed 100% independent of anything else we do.
Thank you. Great question. Supervisor Manfree.
Yeah, I just want to quickly acknowledge that the responsibility areas are somewhat complex here, because it's not only the county's road and maybe some of our right-of-way, but there's private property and there's an HOA involved, which Mr. Lederer already mentioned. And so there are limits about who has responsibility for what. And I don't know, Mr. Lederer, if you might like to comment a little bit more pointedly on that, because it seems, that to me seems to be the kind of the crux of some of the conversations around who's going to fix what, and of course acknowledging this is all very expensive.
So there are a number of factors here, and there are a number of factors that go into a landslide to begin with. And as I mentioned, the entire community does sit on a landslide. There have been other landslides in the community. And there are various sources of water that go into this area. So again, there's the county culvert, one of 1,326 culverts we have that move water from one side of a road to another. I mean, that's a very typical thing that's done. County culvert has been there for decades. It happens to be in good shape, which I'm very happy about. On the other side, if you will, and again, I don't want to come to a conclusion because this will get sorted out over time. But the owner at the original owner at 50 Ridgecrest did agree to create drainage and accept that water and maintain that drainage. Doesn't appear that was maintained, and it is now collapsed, so that's a factor. I looked at building permit records for the area just because I was curious. There have been some grading, alleged grading violations in the area. That could be a factor. There's groundwater that none of us control. There's rainwater and surface water that none of us control. So then, and a lot of the damage is on private property as well as the damage to the public road. We're obviously addressing the damage to the public road. The question then is, at what point fixing the damage on the private property, whose responsibility that is, what's a gift of public funds versus reasonable responsibility. And again, I don't want to litigate that here because I don't know that we ultimately know the answer to that. There'll be a process that will sort that out. So it's complicated.
Is that responsive to what you're looking for? Okay, great. Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Ramos. You asked the question that I was leading to before we open this item back up. My only question I really have left that has been answered is that there's the emergency proclamation during this time because of this rainstorm that hit the east and the west. We know the damage it did in District 2. We're looking at the damage it's done here. Is there any viability of those emergency funding to help backfill, if you will, pun intended, the damage here from the storms?
No, unfortunately not. Neither the state nor the feds declared. So there's no outside funding. The board committed $9.75 million towards repairs to the various projects, several on Mount Veeder that you're aware of, including this one and several others. Looks like we're within that budget right now. Probably going to spend just about all of it, but it looks like we're within that budget. But unfortunately, that's all on us. There's no outside funds.
So outside of maybe potentially some private, like home insurance, like some kind of insurance on terms of the private property or for the individuals themselves, there might be some recourse for them. But in terms of the county, there's no there's no other funding that we can utilize other than our general funds.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. So where we are with this, we had a motion to reconsider, bring it back to reconsider. So where we are now, I would ask for a motion to approve the item that was brought forward in 5K.
I'll make a motion to approve the item brought forward in 5K.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, that was 5AK. Let me correct myself. 5AK. Okay. And that will go. Right. And now we will go to 5K. And we'll see which staff. I know Supervisor Ramos, you had a question about that. So maybe we could have budget staff, risk staff.
Yeah. I'd be happy to start off with questions, or if staff wants to start off, however you choose.
Questions would be helpful.
Okay. I certainly understand, why this is being asked. My first question is really, this is our first meeting of the fiscal year, and we're already in a budget amendment. And so I'm curious. It says that that this information was unknown to us beforehand to bring it as part of the budget, and I'm wondering why that is, why that timing that we find ourselves at the first fiscal year's meeting that we're already engaging in a budget amendment.
This is actually amending last fiscal year's budget, fiscal year 24-25. So this is for prior year activity, and a lot of invoices came in the last couple weeks of the year and are still actually coming in this month for the last bit of activity, and it's primarily related to litigation matters.
So in terms of the litigation matters, these are litigation bills that are of current pending cases, correct?
Yes, of claims against the county.
Okay. The next one is kind of more what I am hopeful that we can, by way of referral and for discussion for my colleagues, we put a lot of effort into the budget and assessing our general fund balances and contingencies. I would really like us to be able, in the board letter, to actually track what number of budget amendment this is, why general fund balance is being used as opposed to fiscal contingency. And one of the reasons is, we get to a point, especially when we come up to mid-year budget adjustments, we get to a point, and at the end of the year, we're using general fund as intended, but it would be very helpful to be able to keep track, because as I go through and we're looking at this item, I'm not likely going to remember that we already dipped into a $700,000 into fund balance. So that is by way of referral that I think that would be very helpful for us to understand that and to really provide greater accountability and awareness to ourselves as we are making these changes. But I think it really also would be helpful for us to understand here. I know in this last budget, so let me start with the next question. Is this going to come and affect the ending fund balance of fiscal year 24-25?
No, this does not affect the fiscal balance of the general fund because this is an internal service fund and this was within the funds available in that fund.
Okay. So that's this GL claims fund. So, but it says that it's offset by use of available fund balances, but that's the fund of the GL claims or
Yes.
the general fund balance?
The internal service fund, the GL claims fund.
Okay. I think that part wasn't very clear to me because it said available fund balance. And so I think that kind of also just goes into really making sure that we understand if it is within an internal service fund, if we're tapping into a general fund balance, and for us to have a greater awareness. I would certainly appreciate that, to know how many times we're making budget amendments. The other one is just more on a broader scope. I know we had done this in the past, and we had brought in PRISM to be able to kind of report on general risk. And I know that we recently, during the budget process, increased our internal service funds, and a large justification for that was the increase in liabilities and premiums. But I would really like us to be able to have a focused discussion on risk, because this is a large chunk of change, and I'm not at all questioning the amount, because I am aware of the litigation cases that are feeding into this. But I would really like us to consider, by way of referral, because I think this item does in fact highlight everything that risk is entailed. In the prior item, we actually just heard another risk issue, and that is, how are we dealing with roads issues that are created by other possible liabilities, and are we looking at it holistically? I don't feel that we have done that as well as we can to look at it from a risk management standpoint. I don't see that we have enabled this board to have enough policies to look at every item through a risk lens and to really make that cost benefit analysis. We had that discussion up here when it came to Ridgecrest Drive of what's the cost benefit analysis. We've got another winter coming. We've got an emergency resolution pending. What is the risk of us not addressing the drainage issue and assessing that at this moment right now? That is something that I see that risk does in fact have its hands in, because if not, the ultimate result is this item that we are dealing with right now. But I would like to just, I certainly would love to us to keep better track within the board letters of budget amendments that are happening and those balances. And then to move forward and to really have a concrete discussion of what is the trajectory of these claims that we are having, because the claims are not just in public works and roadways and infrastructure projects. It's also in workers' comp cases. It is also in every expenditure decision that we are making. Everything has a risk. And in fact, we buy down our risk by how we are utilizing the county budget and our funds. So that is, I appreciate the clarification, but I would really like to see more information coming to us, especially when it is a budget amendment, and for us to really appreciate what the significance of budget amendments are. There's a reason it's specifically called out in the County Budget Act, and I'd like to see more information around that in the future.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Ms. Craig at this point before I call for a motion? None? Okay, then I will ask if there is a motion to approve item 5K.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Ramos.
I'll second.
A second by Supervisor Manfree. Before I ask for the vote, I will just reflect back, I think, what I heard from Supervisor Ramos, which is a request to track budget amendments, and also a presentation or some sort of discussion about risk management, strategy, resources, and kind of trajectory. Is that what everyone's hearing?
Chair Cottrell, I don't know if I heard you call for public comment.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item at this point? I think I had actually asked for public comment on all of the items under the consent, but we'll go ahead. Will be any public comment on item 5K? Okay, hearing none, I will go ahead and ask for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to have us go to item 9B, and then I have not forgotten, colleagues, about our Board of Supervisors reports and announcements, but I do want to allow the sheriff to come up and present today. So good morning, Sheriff Ortiz. And this item will be 9B, receive a presentation on the Sheriff's Office 2024 Annual Report.
Good morning, Supervisors. So first off, I apologize. Here we are at the end of July. I usually like to do this closer to May. I strive for April, but it's really difficult. And I do want to shout out the undersheriff captains and lieutenants. They do a lot of work to put this together, the different teams, the different sergeants. And please know that this is it's not an annual book. We get a lot of data, a lot of information in this process, which we use for decisions on training, decisions on resources, but not everything makes the final cut. We want an annual report to be concise and brief and something people will take the time to review. So we'll be publishing this on our website and pushing it out on our social media. And it really kind of gives us a wind test of where we're at and where we're headed. Fun fact, I recently met with a retired lieutenant who retired in the 70s, and he had a copy of the 1976 annual report, which I got a chance to go through. A lot of similarities in terms of the data that the Sheriff's Office was analyzing back when I was in about first grade, I think. So really fun to look through that. I think the obvious question, do I have the slideshow control here? The question on everybody's mind is where are we at in terms of public safety? We see different things in the media and the news and social media. And I can share with you that we did see quite a bit more violent crime, a little uptick in violent crime in 2024. The property crime, larceny, theft is down. So your deputies, while we're sleeping, these deputies are out looking at cars in suspicious places, parked where they shouldn't be, doing things and kind of preventing those robberies. Those burglaries and larcenies. But that said, as we all know from following local news, we did have in the entire region, the entire county, and our city partners, we did see an uptick in homicides that is really concerning. In 2024, and that is because we are such a regional approach to law enforcement. We through the Major Crimes Task Force, we work very close with the Napa Police Department, Calistoga, and Santa Helena, and obviously we're the contract agency for the City of American Canyon. Whenever something happens in any of the jurisdictions, it really is all hands on deck. So all of our sheriff's detectives work closely with their counterparts, the police department, to assist them in their cases, and then they return the favor. And it's a very good model. From the Coroner Bureau, and thank you earlier today, you approved a new contract for our forensic pathologists. Those, as you read, those are very, very difficult, but we have a very good one here in Napa County, at least for the next couple of more years. We do see kind of the similar trend in coroners' cases. The alarming number that will jump out at you is under the column or the row that says homicide, where you'll see it's like 1, 3, and then 2024 it jumps up to 10. Again, that's countywide. City of Napa had 2 double homicides in 2024, as you know. And then we had like Berryessa and American Canyon and some other cases. So. Another important role of the sheriffs in California is the Civil Process Service. So you saw in 2024 a spike in evictions. and then we're kind of returning back to normal now. And that is from, that's still related to COVID and the eviction moratoriums that existed during COVID. And then when those were lifted, there was a lot of debt and a lot of evictions. There was a lot of work done to reduce that number and bring that number down. But nonetheless, there was a spike in evictions in 2022, and we're kind of returning to normal. The civil process service includes a sergeant in our unit, as many of you know, and then a full-time deputy to just work directly with the Superior Court and carry out those writs and those levies and the different process that a sheriff does as part of the civil service. There's a section in your annual report that kind of has a timeline with a few highlights. I just wanted to point out a couple, but I'm happy to answer questions or address any others that are in your book. We'll start off the day with a bang with Deputy Amaral's canine partner Ruger, about 9 pounds of cocaine on a traffic stop. Something that we usually see in movies or Netflix series, but the Ruger did a fantastic job alerting. Their noses are amazing. They're a great resource. We have canines. We have more canines on the way because we had some retire. We also train other canines that aren't trained in drug detection, are trained in detection of gunpowders and explosives. So those come in very handy, obviously, to get to find guns and ammunition, and also for bomb sweeps at large events to look for explosive devices. So they're a great resource. So we have dogs. They're not trained in both. It's one or the other, and so we have a good mix. Training is still really important. It's very challenging when staffing is challenged, but we still emphasize sending people to training, bringing training in, having in-house experts in the different training disciplines. I think it's important. You just wrapped up a brief conversation about risk management. Training is really the underscoring of risk management. The more we train, the better we perform in law enforcement. So I want to talk a little bit about recruiting. We had a very busy year in 2024 in hiring, and we continue that pace in 2025. We hired 11 new deputy sheriffs or academy trainees. I attended many academy graduations and got the opportunity to swear a lot of new deputies in 2024. So that's the good news. And now where are we at today? Some of it is a lot of retirements. We had a lot of people that were long-term injuries that are now officially retired and off the books. And at the time of this slide, I think it's still accurate, we had 10 vacancies. And as I pointed earlier a couple of months ago at a board meeting, it's one thing to talk about vacancies and another thing to say, what's it feel like? Because in the prior slide, you saw the academy pictures. When we hire somebody, they fill a vacancy, but they don't really fill a shift yet. They have to go to the academy. They have to go through training. It takes about a year to get to where they actually can fill a shift. So currently, we have 10 vacancies, but we have 4 new deputies that are still in the training cycle. So they're in a car with a senior deputy being trained. We have 5 deputies in the academy. And I just made a job offer to a deputy that's currently in another academy up in Butte. So he would be a 6. But then that will bring down our vacancies once he comes on the books. Mentioned the 10 vacancies. I have 1 deputy on maternity leave, 1 deputy on military leave, 8 that are either injured and not working, or they are working, but they're in a modified duty assignment and not filling a shift. They're doing some office work while they recover from a surgery or something. So all that to say, the field's like 29, which is a really big number. It's a little over a quarter of our department is not able to fill a shift. So that's what we're feeling. We're optimistic with those people on FTO, people in the academy, and we've got more people coming on board. We have all day today, and then half day tomorrow. We'll be interviewing a bunch of people to see if we can find a candidate there to send to the academy, and then working with our partners at HR. We already have about 40 to 50 applicants in the queue for the next round of processing. So we continue to stay aggressive. And hire, but as I've reported to you before, if we get 50 applications by the time we go through our process, we hire 1, sometimes 2, so I call it 1.5 out of 50. So. One of our teams that all of you are very familiar with is our problem-oriented policing team. You're mostly familiar with them because you're at a lot of the same events they're at. Last year they were at 45 different community events. It's currently a very small team because of the prior slide I showed you. So it's a sergeant and one deputy, but it's a very busy sergeant and a very busy deputy. They go to 45 community events. They still do drug and endangered children investigations. They do a lot of presentations on active shooter run, hide, fight presentations. And then they organize National Night Out, which is coming up in a couple of weeks. I hope to see you all there. Coffee with the Cops events, and then other outreach events. Very proud of that unit. We're doing everything we can to keep from completely just temporarily disbanding it. We really need to do what they do. I think it's important. So we're just asking the other shifts to work a little shoulder, roll up their sleeves, do more with less, so we can continue to have a active and productive POP team. This annual report went to print, and then after it went to print and we got it on the agenda, you'll see mention of the BRIC grant in there. So that's a outdated slide already, or outdated page, unfortunately. You all know the news with that. But the OES team did have a activation in 2024 related to the February storms, atmospheric rivers, which I think there was an agenda item on that as well today. And then even when they're not activated, as hopefully you know, any event, they're essentially activated. Even if it's an activation of one or two, they're moving. They're using the deputies in the field to get eyes out there to find out what's going on, what resources are needed in the field to support the field, short of a full-blown activation, but still working behind the scenes to support the units in the field and to keep the OES system informed, and ultimately all of you informed as we go through these different events, whether it's a PG&E event, a rain event, fire, or otherwise. So we're working we're working in that space to always prepare and train as reflected in the response part of that page. So that's my brief presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, apologize that here we are in July, but I didn't want to wait till 2026 and just skip a year. So we're here.
Thank you for the report, and it is pretty great to see what came out when you were in elementary school and what you're doing now. So, but this, I hear what you're saying too. The goal is not to create a book, but it is a really helpful document to have that educates the public. And I do want to also just give a shout out to the Sheriff's Academy that you run, because I think that's another way that your team is educating the community about the work that happens in your department. So I've got a question here from Supervisor Gallagher.
Yes, and thank you, Sheriff, for the report. It's really helpful. So we know that there is a tendency when certain parts of the community feel targeted, that they are less likely to report crimes. So I'm just curious what the trends you're seeing. I see here that the DV restraining order numbers are down from 22 and 23. They're down quite a bit in 24, and also burglaries. So I'm just curious about not just those, but just the overall reporting that you see, and kind of what kind of community outreach. I know you're doing tons of community outreach, so just talk a little bit about how we're handling some of that.
Yeah, and excellent question. Thank you for the question. I'll ask you to ask it next year, because that's a better reflection of the climate, perhaps. But because this is a 2024 report, so we can't attribute any dips to anything at this point, because they're not really that big of a numbers change. We do a lot of outreach, especially in today's climate. We do a lot of outreach to the migrant community about who we are, and what we do. As all of you know, I've done dozens of presentations, and that's a big part of it. I know we have, I'm on the board of directors for news, and we have a lot of concerns, especially in mixed status households where perhaps the husband has status but the wife doesn't, and that becomes another means of control. So those are all things that we look at, both in on the news side, but as well as our detectives and our patrol division. So we want people to feel confident they can pick up the phone and call 911. and their deputies are going to respond to restore order and keep people safe. But it is a good question, and I think it's I hope you ask the question next year because we may have some data to report on that.
And please just keep us informed, as the year goes on, if you are seeing some trends. That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, Supervisor Gallagher. That's, I think that's on a lot of our minds in terms of the current political climate and how that's impacting our community, especially our vulnerable communities. So I appreciate that. I want to start off by thanking Sheriff Ortiz for your leadership. It's been great, seeing you transition the former long-term sheriff. It's really been seamless. You've really created your own, how to say this, path, and just, I don't know, you're just an exceptional sheriff, and we're very lucky to have you. On that, I also want to thank your sworn-in staff, the deputies who are on duty. What they do and what they face is often not shared with the public. And I really am very grateful for the work that they do, too. I know we've had some recent fatal car accidents. They're on the scene. They're on the scene for a lot of very traumatic events. And I want to thank them for their service and your non-sworn staff who also show their commitment, dedication every day. So please extend my appreciation to them. In terms of the uptick of, of violent crimes that showed in 2024, is that primarily, are you seeing that in terms of domestic violence, or is there a trend or anything that's showing where this is coming from in terms of that uptick?
Not necessarily. Well, one of the double homicides in the city of Napa, so not in our report, had a domestic violence nexus to it. But no, it's kind of all over the place. It's substance abuse, it's lifestyle, it's just bad choices. Can't really point to any one factor to like I said, the one in the city of Napa, one of the double homicides had a nexus to domestic violence, but the other ones, one was a fight at Lake Berryessa, one was a gunfight in American Canyon, different things like that. So it's not necessarily a domestic violence that is causing the uptick. I think there's a deterioration as a society related to perhaps just our mental health isn't as good as it was 10 years ago, and maybe our tolerance for substance abuse is a factor in that as well. So we'll see what the 2025 report looks like. And all these numbers can be spun in one direction or another. It's statistics, it's by their nature, but we still, it's alarming to see any uptick at all. And we're encouraged to see that the deputies are out there. They're preventing burglaries, preventing robberies, and crime, and they're responding. And thank you for calling out, the work they do and the work non-sworn does. And we do have a peer support program. We have had some tragedies involving children, which are very rough for first responders, and we're paying attention to that with our people.
I appreciate that. And you also mentioned the forensic pathologist. I was invited to attend a couple of your, the Sheriff Public Citizens Academy, and I signed up for that one. And with the pathologist and the work the coroner does and everything, and very grateful that he's continued his contract. I think, from what I understood, we are very fortunate that we do still have that pathologist available to us, since if it's my understanding, there aren't that many pathologists available, and the price is often very steep for a pathologist. So please extend my appreciation on that. You also mentioned that we have one deputy that's out, that's in duty. In terms of, I assume he or she are in the reserves. How many sworn officers do we have in the reserves right now? Do you know?
I believe the one that's currently activated is a Marine. And then I believe I have a deputy that is an Army reservist, but he's just about done. So he may be done already, but the last time I talked to him, his reserve contract was just about up.
Thank you. And just two more quick questions. One is, when the OES is activated and you're informing, county staff, how closely are you also informing the city and town jurisdictions so they know something is, they're also informed in something that's happening? We're a very small community. Are they automatically part of that information pool in terms of being of the notification?
Not automatically. Typically, well, by statute, if one of our cities activates, then we have to activate our county EOC. It doesn't necessarily trigger the other way around. If we activate the county EOC, it doesn't necessarily trigger a city EOC activation. So in the activation we had in 2024, it was the winter storms. It was storm damage out in the county. So the cities didn't activate. Correction, Calistoga did activate. And then we supported them because they had some concerns with it's actually the Napa River in Calistoga, even though it's a very thin, small river up there, but it's still the river technically.
Yeah. Well, just from a city council perspective, since I was on council, it's really helpful when county staff, especially the EOC, opens up just to keep the city managers or the leadership in terms of public safety informed of what's happening. It's kind of an odd situation to be on council and reaching out to leadership and saying, something's happening, do you know what? And like, no, we don't know what's going on. And I just think that would be a good way to extend information. And even if there's nothing they can do or they won't activate their own AOC, I think that's helpful. So it's just some feedback on that.
Yeah, I would add that we do reach out when we have an event, and even if we don't activate or we do activate, we reach out to the city managers or whoever whoever the city OES director is to ask them if they're going to activate or if they have anything. And so we get those answers, and we do reach out to them. And in fact, I believe there was a resource request. Don't quote me on this, I'm going off memory. There was a resource request in Calistoga with their activation. Obviously, our county public works roads people were extremely busy in that storm, and City of American Canyon stepped up and offered up some public works resources from the city to assist Calistoga, and we kind of helped coordinate that. So
that's awesome, thank you. And last question, a light one: how does somebody sign up a coffee with a cop?
Just show up. We haven't had one in a couple of weeks, but we schedule, we publish them, we put it out there, and then we have a cup of coffee and meet with constituents. And you're always, all of you, especially if it's in your district, but even if it's not, you're always invited to those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Ramos, and then Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you. I have had now the opportunity, this is, I think, what my ninth report that I've received from the sheriff's office, and then the prior ones from American Canyon. And I think it's, well, yes, we don't strive to make a book. I think it's really important, the work that is put forward in here to show the community the ever-present nature of our sheriffs. And you alluded to something that I wanted to ask you about further, Sheriff, and you talked about the training stats and how that is, in fact, a risk mitigation issue, and it truly is. I think you gave us a total here of the hours, but I would really like to hear from you. I'm on page 15 of the report. I would really like to hear from you what we do that is really above and beyond. I think it's your post-training requirements, and I know that we do, but I'd really like to hear a little bit more about the methodology that goes into the training and how what areas you decide to focus on that have more training than what is that minimum requirement.
Thank you. If you look at that page 15 where it says perishable skills, 684, so that's state mandate minimums. So every other bubble in there is above and beyond that 684. We do emergency vehicle operations. I think some of you went to our Citizens Academy for a little sneak peek at what some of that training. We do use of force and firing range every month. We have training regarding just mental health, domestic violence. Our detectives attend an incredible amount of training because of the specialties, the investigations and the follow-ups and the search warrants that they have to do. Our SWAT operators, our SWAT team trains a couple of times a month as well. We have, as a sheriff's office, we have a lot of extra teams, ancillary teams. We have our boat unit, and they train like on boat accident, collision investigations, boat DUI. We have our dive team that trains regularly. Our negotiators train regularly. Our off-road team, our motors. I mean, every specialty we have, and we have many of them, are always updating their training because it's not just a specialty. It's a specialty that comes with a responsibility to train up to that, to be able to perform in that specialty.
Thank you. Another part you mentioned here on page 15 is that continuing education, separate and apart from this actual law enforcement training, whether it's the attaining an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree. And I think it would be very helpful for us to know, one, do you have people within your force that are pursuing that while they're employed with us? I know we have that as a county benefit in terms of enhancement of pay if there is educational attainment. But I think that understanding that, again, from the risk you had presented to us before, the importance of us actually incentivizing higher education, because it does in fact draw down use of force, and it's statistically proven. And so I think that would be a really helpful thing for us to know more of, kind of how do you see that trajectory moving, and what in fact can we do as a board to support that, because at the end of the day, that enhancement of education builds into the judgment that is used out into the field, and ultimately can create a safer environment for all those involved in the law enforcement interaction.
Yeah, we are actually, interestingly, we are seeing a lot more college-educated applicants than we used to see. And the last page in the report has a little bit of breakdown on education level of the workforce at the sheriff's office. But to your question, we also have people who are already here and already working and doing online courses to pursue bachelor's, and I believe one is pursuing a master's. So that is happening for various reasons. Certainly, I'm sure financial incentive doesn't hurt, but I think it's just just good career path to seek higher education if you didn't come in the door with it. But we are seeing more and more candidates that are here for a job interview, and they've already, part of their resume includes a Bachelor of Science or a Bachelor of Arts.
Excellent. And then my next question, I'm sure no surprise, is that wind chill factor that you told us about. You said on the books we have 10 vacancies, but it feels like 29. And so that is essentially, you told us 25% of the department cannot fill a shift. And so this isn't changing. We've put the incentives out there. You've put the recruitment effort. You're going out to visit different academies. I mean, you're driving to Butte. I mean, I don't regularly drive to Butte, but you're driving to Butte to make offers. I appreciate that. We appreciate the efforts. But I feel like I need to ask the question, particularly through the lens that I see Marin, Contra Costa, Yolo, Sacramento, Sonoma, and Alameda all do something different that we don't. And I don't know if it impacts the recruitment, but all those counties, their sheriff's office has their own URL that doesn't feed through the county system. It's things like, join Yolo Sheriff, or like join Sonoma Sheriff, or Alameda Sheriff, or it's a different, even just a different web presence starting there. And so I'm asking the question, would something, do you see value in that? That I looked at all of those counties and their websites. They have a very different presence online of what that landing page looks like. Is that worth something? Is that worth exploring?
Actually, just had a presentation on that. Kevin Lemieux from HR was with us for one of those companies that provide exactly what you're talking about. CEO and I have a follow-up conversation today. I have another presentation from another vendor on Thursday. So yes, I think it could add value. When I took over as sheriff in 2021, we were getting about 20 or 25 applications a month. When we opened up, we weren't at continuous hiring like we have been for the past 2 or 3 years now. So we were open up for just a 2 or 3 or 4 week window and getting 25, 30 applications. With the partnership with HR, we have been in continuous hiring. We have a system in place that this board put in the 2022 budget, which allows essentially an overhire for trainees. So because we know by the time they finish the academy, there will be an opening if there wasn't one when they started the academy. So I appreciate and very grateful for that. So all that to say, about 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago, we saw a jump to about double the amount of applications to about 50 every 5 weeks or so. But then we've plateaued, and we've been at that plateau for almost 2 years now. So we're exploring ways to get another bump to get up to maybe 100. And what you described with some of the neighboring agencies is exactly what we're exploring. We're having those conversations this week. Again, yesterday we had a presentation that was over an hour long. We're including HR. We're talking to the CEO, and so we're this very week we're exploring those. I reached out to my counterpart in Sonoma County who uses one of these companies. He said it was very helpful, and the number of applications, in his words, went off the chart when they went to one of these vendors. So yes, we're exactly exploring what you're mentioning, Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. And I will say, I think one of the things, my personal expression in this, sure, I'd love for you to get more applications. I want you to get more quality applications, because if 1.5 out of 50 is what you're batting right now, I can't even do that math. It's so low. I'm really interested in understanding what we can do to get greater quality applications. And it's interesting. I was following one of the websites, and they had this little chat function. They just tried to recruit me. I think it was like Alameda or something, but it was like someone, I don't know if it was a bot or what, but asking, what level of position are you interested in? I'm definitely interested in making sure, like you, other agencies have also been in continuous recruitment. Alameda's lateral post, I think, is a July 23 or 24 posting. And so how we can make sure that continuous recruitment stays relevant, I think is really what I'm looking towards. And I think also, in light of the fact that the county has to merge because of a unfunded state mandate, our URL into a .gov system at some point in the future, I think it makes good sense for us to look at whether that is one of the tools that would be helpful. The other thing that I noticed a couple of counties had, and again, I'm not advocating, I'm just saying I would like for there to be further discussion, is that some of those counties have internal HR recruiters within the sheriff's office, as opposed to having an analyst within HR do the recruitment work. So it's really functional area targeted. So just questions that I have. I don't expect you to answer them, but other than to say, are you thinking about those? And I heard the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you. I have the benefit of going after almost everybody else here. So I guess first off, I just want to acknowledge the incredible sense of safety that permeates this community. And it's something that you don't necessarily notice until it's gone. But I see it, I feel it, and I know that, by and large, most people in the community also feel very safe here. And that is to a large extent to both what the sheriff's office does and does not do. It's both of those things, and I know that your deputies are constantly having to make value judgments and decide things in the moment that are decisions that would be difficult for any of us. And to achieve that level of having that sense of safety means that, by and large, they're doing a very good job. And I can hear the pride in your voice when you talk about their work, and I also really appreciate them, and I hope you will forward that sense to them. I also want to echo Supervisor Alessio's comments about the Sheriff's Academy. I managed to attend a few of those this year, and it was really a wonderful experience. It was very eye-opening and educational, and I'd recommend it for anyone who's curious about the work that's going on. In District 4, I especially want to acknowledge the work that you do around Lake Berryessa, because that's a big part of policing in this community. There's a lot of activity out there, and I know that it's a lot of work, and you're also keeping people safe on the water and on the water's edge out there constantly, especially this time of year. Responding to Supervisor Ramos's comments for continuing education, I don't know if there is a program for continuing education for people who are already hired on at your office. I'm curious to hear about that, and if there's not, I would be open to a discussion about the possibility of that as something that could improve the level of function and help people feel like they're being valued as employees by investing in their education. It's something that I generally support across departments. And the last thing is that I know mutual aid is a significant part of the work that's done in your office, and I would just invite you to comment on that specifically if there's anything you want to say. Thank you.
Well, to your last point, so the way the mutual aid system works in California, the sheriff of the county is the mutual aid coordinator for that county, and then the OES for the state is broken up into regions. So we're in the coastal region. Our mutual aid coordinator is the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. So for all in-county mutual aid, it goes through us. If San Lena or Calistoga, City of Napa, American Canyon, Yountville, we coordinate mutual aid for those types of things. If there's an event, and I mentioned earlier the Major Crimes Task Force. So that is really, essentially, that is a mutual aid system. So you're all probably familiar with the TV show, the reality show, The First 48, when there'll be it's a reality cop show with homicide detectives and the importance of all the work that happens in the first 48 hours after a murder. In Napa County, when we have a major crime like that, doesn't have to be a homicide, is any major crime, that task force can be activated. And essentially what that means is everybody, including our Up Valley city partners, sends resources, sends investigators to that crime. So then all the 50 tasks that need to be done, the 60 tasks that need to be done in the first 48 hours can be done because you have a room, and I forgot to mention the DA's office and their investigators. But, within hours, you have, 50 plus investigators ready for an assignment. And then when it's all done, nobody gets a bill. We don't send a bill to San Lena for helping them. San Lena doesn't send us a bill for helping us. And that is just a countywide MOU system where we assist one another to keep our community safe as a region. And then the other side of that is the more regional part of it. We did send mutual aid actually outside of our region up to I believe it was the Camp Fire up in Butte County. We sent a sergeant and some animal control officers last summer during that disaster. We do get requests for mutual aid related to civil unrest that we have not filled any of those yet, but we evaluate, we look at what we have available, and we talk to our coordinator over in Alameda County. It's like, hey, this is, we got your request, but this is what we can do. And, usually it's because we're still a pretty small county, we get the no thanks, but thanks for checking in. So, but we are part of a larger system that's in the region and in the state.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. I just wanted to touch on a few things. First of all, to echo the thanks, I hope you hear from the entire board that we value what you're doing, what your leadership is, and what your whole team is doing. So thank you for that. And also, again, these stats are terrific, and they also don't tell the full story. I know we recently had an event in Angwin that the teams that came out averted something that could have been additional stats for 2025. So please convey our thanks to the teams that don't show up in the stats too. I wanted to also say, just in general, this piece about outreach, I think it is so important. Supervisor Manfree touched on it, and having the POP team, I'm glad to hear your interest in keeping that going. And, you know, I see the mounted posse at the parades, and that's who I saw at the Citizens Academy, and I think those things are really important. Also wanted to echo the thanks to the team out at Lake Berryessa. That's a far away place, and I'm sure it feels isolated, and it's an important safety piece. The question I had for you, you know, we're talking a fair amount about how to hire, and the other piece of good staffing is retention. And so I'm looking at the stat about tenure and wondering where you would like to see that. You know, we want to be able to have people have an incentive to join, and then how do we incentivize them to stay? So can you talk a little bit about retention and the strategies you're putting in place?
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, we're Napa County, and it's not just a beautiful county, but it's got beautiful people that really appreciate public safety and law enforcement. That in and of itself, being appreciated, not being hated, is a retention factor. It's a huge retention factor. That said, there are conversations in Sacramento around revisiting PEPRA, because that is becoming an obstacle to retention for everybody. And the market of hiring bonuses, you know, at some point, the senior tenured officers becomes a free agent market just to chase those bonuses. And so that those are conversations that are ongoing, because one of the unintended consequences of PEPRA is hindering that retention piece. But as long as we have a supportive community, supported electeds like yourself, that is a huge retention piece. And then, you know, we do have a healthy training budget. We know we are able to recruit and sometimes retain people because they know that we have a healthy training budget. They'll get lots of training, that not just more than the average agency. So that's another incentive for us to be able to keep people. But yeah, Supervisor, that is a concern that is on my radar and our radar. Is how do we incentivize people to stay, especially as the cost or the revenue benefit is no longer there because of some of the pension reforms. So again, those are probably bigger statewide conversations, but at the end of the day, I'll kind of bring it back to we are Napa County, and there's a lot of good about that.
That's great to hear. And then I just wanted to flag two other efforts. The recovery plan, I know that will show up as a product for the 2025 report, but I wanted to commend you and the OES team, because I know that took a lot of time in 2024. So I think that document is a great document for the county to have in place. And then the work that you and your team have done with our HHSA team on the mobile response unit. And I think that's a really important thing in building safety and support network in the county. So thank you. And are there any other comments before we say thanks to the sheriff? Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ramos. No, Supervisor Manfree. We're all done. Okay. We'll let you go. Thank you very much.
Cottrell, I don't believe you asked for public comment.
Yes, thank you. I'm not wanting to do that today. Is there any public comment on this item? All right. With that, we will move on. Thank you, Ms. Bratton. So that brings us, we're going to go back to item number 7, the Board of Supervisors reports and announcements. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. And I cannot recall if I made this request before. I think I might have, but I just wanted to circle back around. We have heard at every meeting a request for drafting a ban on new and expanded gas stations. Still interested in looking at that, and couldn't honestly remember if I had voiced that out loud. at all or once or twice, but wanted to say it again that that is something I'm interested in. I also wanted to mention, as a report from the Climate Action Committee, that the RCAP draft is starting to make its rounds to the cities and town for their comments, for them to agendize so that their residents can comment and review the RCAP draft. Our PBS department has planned 2 public meetings, in general public meetings, to review the draft. And I'd like to actually request that we have a presentation here at the board level as well, since our city counterparts are doing that. I think it would make sense for the board to also receive an RCAP draft presentation. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. Thank you for that referral, Supervisor Gallagher. That'll be great. Recently, Supervisor Manfrey, if I can go ahead and share the good news, and I recently completed the CSAC New Supervisor Institute. We did graduate, so very proud of that. And really, it really was a phenomenal experience. It's 4 sessions. It started last November, and I want to thank the county for getting us started and for the swearing in, for us to be able to have access to that education and that training that we really need. I also want to thank CEO Ryan Alsop, who was one of the primary trainers and facilitators. He brought a lot of insight through his decades of experience and information to all the supervisors in training, which was very, very helpful. I hope you will do that again. I know that's a lot of above and beyond in time, but it really did help all the supervisors in training there. So I want to share that, and also with the the opportunities to go to CSAC is always an experience of learning to bring it forward and bringing it back to community and the relationships we build. It's more than networking. It's building those relationships. So again, we can learn and bring things back to our communities, and vice versa. They can bring back things to their community. So I just find it very, very impactful, and I look forward to more of those events. Just recently, on a lighter note, attended the Mount Veeder annual Fire Council fundraiser. It was well attended. I hope they raise money to help them fund fire mitigation, fuel abatement, and for their neighbors who don't have funds to do that work themselves, and where FireWise is not there. So they really look at Mount Veeder Fire Council really looks at a holistic approach of taking care of thy neighbors who can't take care of themselves through this fundraiser. So I want to thank them for their ongoing work on that. Recently, at the last Napa Valley Transportation Authority Board, we had a presentation on the transportation behavioral study. And I thought that was really important and impactful. I also saw ties with that with the North Bay Workforce Alliance report. It also showed a reduction in roughly 5% in terms of our population, also around 4 to 4.5% reduction in terms of workforce who are coming here. And, when we look at these reports and we tie them together, there's a lot of consistency there in terms of just the reduction of our population, what's currently happening in terms of our wine industry and that economic impact it's going to have on us. In a sense, it's a tsunami that will hit our shores in the next year and the years to come. On that note, the report that Michelle Novi with Napa Valley Vintners mentioned today, I really appreciate the vintners having that impact study done on the wine industry. It really shows the enormous benefit it has on community through, public funds, whether it be the philanthropy that they do in the community. I think she said $63 million, the $570 million in tax revenues. and that it's a you know, a multi-billion-dollar industry that really does provide so much. And on that note, I think it's really important that that we have a real deep understanding here at the board along with our staff, and that we help share that information because it's so critical to the economy here in Napa County, that I'd like to make a referral and ask for our staff if they can come back, whether they do it themselves or they request Dr. Eiler, our economist, come and look at and present the economic forecast, update and forecast as it ties into the wine industry in Napa County. Because I think it's critical to the work we do and to the work we provide to our community, because it gets passed through. Those public funds get passed through to our community. As we know how federal funding is being eliminated, essentially, that will not only come to us, but to the state and then come to us. With that impact happening to us, and then also the wine industry seeing the reduction in that impact, I think it's really important that we understand the economic landscape as we move forward, that we are eyes wide open, not just here on the dais, but that we are in communion with our community on this. So I'd like to bring that request that we bring that back when staff has time to do so. And is there anything more? No, I think that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. At the end of board reports, I'm going to ask CEO Alsop to give you a response there. So with that, I will turn to Supervisor Manfrey.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been, there's been a lot going on lately. I think since the last meeting, all 5 of us enjoyed participating in the Rock the Ride event in Yountville. I also was able to attend the Gordon Valley Potluck. Abigail Flores attended the Circle Oaks picnic on behalf of District 4. There's been a number of other really wonderful community events, and of course the CSAC training. And I was also privileged to attend on the county's behalf a conference at Asilomar for transportation. And I just wanted to report back that OEMs, manufacturers of cars and trucks are still extremely committed and see electrification as the future of individual vehicle transport, including for trucks. And they expect that electric will ultimately be more cost effective and have more of a cost benefit than hydrogen, even for most trucking, which kind of surprised me. But the reports that have come in over the past couple of years have shifted that conversation. I thought that was pretty fascinating. And I think for us at the local level, that really underscores the importance of staying on top of an EV transition, and that means making charging affordable and available as much as possible, encouraging it to be available in rural areas and rentals, which are some of the most challenging places to get it installed. So anything we can do toward that, perhaps as part of the RCAP or other policies and initiatives, is going to be helpful for making the state's goals happen. I guess worth mentioning that the state of California is being challenged by the federal government on its goals for single passenger vehicles. However, its goals for trucks, commercial vehicles, the agreements are made directly with the companies, and the feds can't challenge it, so that will stay on track no matter what. And I think that kind of creates an interesting dynamic too. So I would absolutely second Gallagher's. I guess this isn't a vote, but I would agree that it would be timely to have an update on a fuel transition. We could call it a gas station ban, but I think it's maybe better to call it a fuel transition plan. And also having a presentation on the RCAP would be great whenever we can get to it. And is there anything else? And I've had quite a number of meetings with citizen advocates on all kinds of subjects in the past 3 weeks, and I just want to express my appreciation for the community generally and how engaged our citizens are. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ramos, did you have any comments? No, you're good. Okay. Well, perfect. All covered. Great. Okay, I will go over a few things. I did, I like that you were referencing, Supervisor Ramos, the sheriff's trips to Butte County. I only went to Modoc County once, but it was still Modoc. Yeah. So, which was a great, our CRC met there and with all the 40 rural counties, and we did some field trips and saw some of the economic development they are doing there. They've lost a lot of their economic base with timber going away. So there is still some ranching and farming. But that was a good experience. We were joined by leaders from the California Natural Resources Agency, Wade Crowfoot, and also Fish and Wildlife folks were there to hear. There's a lot of concern about encroachment of wolves in the area. So that was an interesting thing to hear about. Also a lot happening on the legislative front. Supervisor Alessio and I have been engaged in AB 607 or 131, and then also AB 470 on the carrier of last resort. I've been working with our CRC on that, and also our legislative analyst has been working with other counties too. So it's a very active time. And on that front, I wanted to say thank you to our legislative analyst for the updates that we've been getting in email. I'm going to make the suggestion that we figure out a way to have it as an item on the consent calendar so we can just read that, and if we have questions, we can bring them up. But I think that kind of regular update would be helpful, because I also find if something shows up in email, I hope I get to it right away, but I may not. So I think having it calendared might be useful. So that's update on legislative items. NVTA, I got to sit in for Supervisor Manfree, and that was a really helpful meeting. Supervisor Alessio, you touched on a lot of the issues that came up there. One of the interesting stats was in all of the increases and decreases, we are seeing year over year an increase in pass-through traffic. So that's people just using the county to get through. So figuring out how that impacts our roads and how we address that will be important. And then I attended an Ag Boosters fundraiser for St. Helena High School. And Supervisor Ramos, I don't know what the state of the Ag program was when you were there, but when I was there, it did not exist. And so it's really heartening to see that that's a program that offers a lot of resources to kids and also opens doors to what other ag-related careers are out there. And it's a great leadership program too. So hats off to those Ag Boosters. So with that, Supervisor Alessio, did you have a follow-up?
I did miss something. I thought I missed something. Wasn't reading in order. We had Liliana Koresh during public comment, give her probably her last public comment before she leaves for Stanford. She's a high school student who has been the president of Students for Climate Action. I'm really impressed with her leadership. I've been supporting those students when I was on city council with Napa, obviously here too. This Thursday, on behalf of the board, I'll be presenting a certificate of appreciation to the 3 graduating high school students, Liliana Koresh, Maddie Chu, and Lauren Gerensner. Wait, didn't say it correct. Gerenser, Gerenser. Anyways, I want to congratulate them and thank the board for letting me provide this presentation to them.
Thank you. Supervisor Manfree.
I'm sorry, I also have a follow-up. I forgot to mention that the Planning, Building, Environmental Services Department will be making its first step on the general plan with public meetings, Zoom meetings for the baseline data report over the rest of the month. And so there will be a meeting this Thursday at 6 p.m. on the 24th of July. There will be a meeting Wednesday, the 30th of July at 3 p.m. and Thursday, the 31st of July at 6 p.m. And so, again, these are all Zoom meetings for people to become informed about the status of the baseline data report as it launches, the creation of it launches, and participate in the discussion around that. So super important planning work that is the foundation of our general plan going forward. And one other event, which is that this Saturday, the Napa Farmers Market will be holding their Lots of Fun event to celebrate farmers markets generally. And so they're just doing a little extra fun stuff for the public. And if you enjoy the farmers market, the Napa Farmers Market will have some bonus activities this Saturday. So get out there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for those additions. All right, with that, we are moving. We have no public hearings. So at this point, we are on item 11, closed session. So I will turn to, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to CO Alsop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Alessio had a good idea, and I'm happy to report that we're luckily one step ahead of her great idea, but we're planning a September 9 special meeting where your board and the Planning Commission will get together and hear from the industry. That was actually a referral that was made by your board I think a month ago or so, maybe a couple months ago. And so they will be at that meeting talking about the economic landscape, market conditions, et cetera, kind of allowing you to and the planning commissioners to ask questions. And that meeting is obviously a public, and everybody is available to attend or watch online.
Thank you for that. Yes, so for those of us who have participated in the Local Leaders Day, we thought that would be a great one to bring back here in more of a capsule form and let the public hear it, let the Planning Commission and the board hear some of the information together. So thank you for that clarification. So with that, back to item 11. Ms. Bratton, can you lead us through this one?
Sure. So the board will be meeting in closed session for items 11A through 11C, and we'll report out after that. And if you want to see if there's any public comment.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on item 11A through C? And none in the room? Any on the phones? Okay, well, that we will go into closed session and report out at the end. Thank you, and we are back to our meeting of July 22nd, and I will turn to Ms. Bratton for a report out.
Thank you. Today, the board met in closed session under item 11A, conference with labor negotiators regarding our Deputy Sheriff's Association. No reportable action was taken. The board met in closed session under 11B, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation on 3 matters. No reportable action was taken, and the board met in closed session on agenda item 11C, public employee performance evaluation regarding the chief executive officer, and no reportable action. That's the end of my report.
Thank you so much. So with that, we are at the end of the meeting, so I will go ahead and adjourn us to the next meeting of July 29, 2025. Thank you. We're adjourned.